attention, please. It's Reine from hololiveID Generation 2. Perhatian sang putri merak yang tertiup angin. Aku Reine dari hololiveID. My cat is here on the desk. She's just doing cat things. Hello. She's not making any noise. Hi, what is up, everybody? How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are fine. Today we are here to play the Great Ace Attorney. Oh my god. Which one? Cimol. CM. Now it was on the desk and now it's, I don't know what it's doing. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. She's not doing anything, whatever, it's fine. Hello CM. Cimol. Cimol, Cimol, Cimol. Cimol, Cimol. Nggak jelas. Hello. Okay, we're gonna play the Great Ace Attorney. This is the final case, and I don't know if today's gonna be the last stream. Maybe not. If not, that's okay. If yes, then that's okay too. Ah, kaget, astaga. Mau keluar dia. I think my cat wants to get out. Oi, oi, oi. What you wanna do? Ow, wow, wow. I'm gonna bring my cat here. Hello. I'm just carrying her, like a baby. Ah! No, don't press the keyboard. Ay, 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 ay. Wow, wow. Goodbye. No, don't go there. You'll turn off the computer. Shh, come here. Ah, pintar. Good. Meow. Meow, oh, meow. Sha. Okay, you wanna go out? Come on, let's go outside. Let's go. Go. Go outside. Come on. Go outside. Okay. Another little troublemaker, yes. Jamal! Yeah, you know, I think one of the holo ID girls, I forgot who it was. I think it was either, I don't know, I forgot. She was a witness to MC turning off the computer. Like, I don't know, cause like on my UPS, like the you know the colokan, the plug thing. I don't know why, but it's like a little bit loose. That's the tightest like you can go. But apparently, like it's possible for the cat to basically just like sway its butt and accidentally like unplug it just a little bit, like enough to turn off the computer. Yes. Pasti Kobo kalau nggak Oli. Iya, antara dua itu kalau nggak ada kemungkinan sedikit Muna, tapi kayaknya antara Kobo atau Oli. One cat power is enough to turn it off. Exactly. I was like, no. Yeah. I used to be very reckless, right? I don't turn off the computer, so like sometimes I leave things unsaved, but after I realized this, I always like save stuff before I go out. Or leave stuff unattended, or even like get my cat in the room. There's no cat proofing yet. I might need to do something like that, but it's just like, I don't know how. Gotta think about it. But yes. Today my drink is here, aka my dinner. And I think we should eat first. We should drink first, drink before we start. What do you think? I don't know. Have you guys eaten dinner or lunch or what? Smoothie time. Another egg? Oh no, eggs for breakfast. This one's like my smoothie. Someone legit asked in the comments like if I was like a mukbang VTuber, like out of curiosity. Like I don't think they were I don't think it had like any deeper meaning to it. There's like they were like out of curiosity, are you like a mukbang VTuber because you eat so much in your stream? And I'm like, oh, technically it's not really official, but sorry guys, I just eat so much on my stream. Like not on every stream. Normally just like these story-driven long streams. I feel like it's the, you know, I remember like back then, I never really ate on stream, and then I was talking to my senpais actually, oh, and then they were like, yeah, I sometimes bring like popcorn or something to eat, and then, oh, and yeah, I eat also sometimes, so then, okay, if my senpai is eating, I should eat too, but then I think I kind of went overboard. Yeah. I feel like you've been eating on every stream the recent weeks? For real? No, I never eat during holocure, I don't think. I feel like you wait for the stream to start to eat sometimes. In the mornings, yes. In the mornings, yes, because I was supposed to eat at like 11. And I don't know, you guys like seeing me eat eggs anyways. Yes. Woo! Okay. We're gonna drink our dinner and then we're gonna start. Okay? But then, yeah, I also have yabe, so either way, I am sort of like a, you know, food VTuber. Kind of. Okay, I'm gonna drink. Wait for me. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Hold on. I have finished my dinner. Power chug to assert dominance. How much was that? Probably like 300 or even less. I don't know. Actually, I don't actually know. We should start timing these. I know. We should do that. Like every night stream, we're gonna time it. Keep some room for 10 years ago. This is my dinner. I will keep room. So yeah, guys, the ongoing joke here is that because this is like the final case, it's linked to another case that was like 10 years ago, and like throughout the game they say 10 years ago all the time. So we have this little like hydration drinking game, you know. So whenever somebody says 10 years ago, you do a gulp. Whenever somebody says 10 years, you do a little sip. Yeah. All right. Okay then. I have my tasty new keyboard. For those of you who haven't seen, I did a little space on Twitter where I just like changed the keycaps on my keyboard, because like the new keycaps that I've been wanting to, this is the keycaps that I wanted for this keyboard, this certain keyboard. They finally arrived, so I, held a little space of me changing keycaps. I posted a picture on Twitter too for those who haven't seen how it looks like now. So if you haven't followed me, follow my Twitter, Pavolia Reine. Let's go. I think we're so close to like 500k followers too. Yeah. Nice keycaps. Aw, thanks. The doggos are cute too. Thanks. I feel like it's so odd that I'm like, I feel like I should do like more burb themed things instead of like dogs, but I just like these so much. They're so cute, The family and relationship space. Listen, my phone is Japanese, and then it's called lifestyle in Japanese. It's called lifestyle. Like keyboard's lifestyle, right? But apparently in English it's called family and relationships. But I guess my keyword is family, and then I have a deep relationship with my keyboard, so it still applies. Yes. Yeah, that's it was lifestyle. We're also 11k away from 666k subs. Oh my. Spicy. Anyways, alright, let's play the game. Continue. Oh, trial part 2. Need to go to the bathroom, just kidding. Somebody was like, if you love your keyboard so much, then why don't you marry it? And I'm like, did you just assume that we aren't? Question mark. On the 4th November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years... Drink up. Some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. Wow, what a solid start. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Also executing people, but, And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. Title drop. My lord, if I may inquire. Ngomong apa ya? The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Our stream is so healthy. I know, right? Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? No, I think it's bullshit. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zakes. The defense is ready, my lord. It's no longer Kazuma, it's the son of the most notorious killer of London. The son of the most notorious killer of London is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. Oh my god! Spicy! He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that sleely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Man, what about the best friend of the son of the most notorious killer in London? Which is us? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his response are pertinent to the questions asked. The learned Nipponese friend of the son of the most notorious killer in London. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, oh, we're safe. Oof. This man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Shingoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. No, that's wrong! You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. It's like he's exercising his right to remain silent. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. But I fail to see where was my problem, Lamau. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It is as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Shit, what is it? Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved. Is this gonna be one more? Is this gonna be one more resolve? That you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too? I guess so. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Yoku is involved in this case? Anji! Wait, you. Apaan sih? Gak tau! I don't know, guys! Ay. Ini! Kali enggak, dia nggak tahu sotoy. Ini! Anjir, nggak tahu, bentar. Let's look at this. Enggak, no, not this. Ini kali! Wait, let's read. In Japan almost 10 years ago. Ya ini! I think. Kagak ada ding namanya. Tahu nggak jelas. Ya. Oke lah. Semoga. Oh my god, yes! This is a telegram detailing communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it! You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Ashin and her victim, Jay Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is their defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. So cute! Like a, you know, like a student exchange, but far more deadly, I guess. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Telegram was found in your office, Judge Jingoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jingoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't just Jingoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I did lie. Whoa. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jingoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying her name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. That's still a lie. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. You know what, we're here. Hairstyle is absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jingoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. His hair tells him he didn't do it. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Spicy. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange in the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Testifying is kind of spicy, isn't it? It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British territory. My God. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. Oh my God. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at highest levels, not something I can discuss here. It is such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Pardon? Thinking time, please.
reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know?
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I can't. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense is identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspectors can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew would have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room of Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zeeks. No, it's not. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. What's that mean? Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as you could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. Uh-huh. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Machiavelli.
The assassin exchange. Hold it!
Hold it!
A year ago when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Oh, wow. Correct! It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me for it night. If I'd considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector hold on. Let me check my door.
it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Wow. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. He really wants to go, huh? The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here, without agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry the mission.
Hold it!
He died. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship where he died. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Oh my god. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. Thank goodness! And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Oh. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. What? All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside of your first class cabin door. Even though the person didn't actually die. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us to the cabin where we waited for Judge Jingoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactement. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman led two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. No, that's not true. Do we have the evidence yet? No, we don't.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? I think we do. Wait, I don't know. That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression in his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that the crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. No. This thing. There was an evacuation drill. But wait! What about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. Oof. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jingoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a wrong panel eaten out by wood. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. That's because you're sneaky. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness' cabin of the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. No, we must assume that you have no brain! So we have evidence. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jingoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean... Judge Jingoku must be lying.
I
know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. So in this statement isn't true because at some point there was a fire drill evacuation, and then everybody has to go to the main deck. So if he does that in like that certain timing window, nobody would hear it. Here it is. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shingoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? Your trash can, you dum-dum. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. Witnesses stop lying challenge. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Woo! It's so empty without the jury. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witnesses clearly stated in this testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. What? Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. I mean, he has a point, yeah. Apakah iya, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? The victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Korekana? Small component? Like this doesn't belong here. This belongs here. This belongs here. It's missing. It's missing the thing. So, okay.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is the perfect fit of the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Thinking time, please. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Why do you keep calling me that?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. Oh my god, what? What is it, Kazuma? What is it, the son of the most notorious killer in London? But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Well, you're full of What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? Sugar. If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Nambahin kerjaan aja ya. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Ooh, scary. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Oh my god, I want to cut that beard of yours. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed English man was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. What? And I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. What? The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon seoi? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. Okay. So, Ryunosuke, naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. So artist banget nih orang. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the reaper's of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in this case, so I gotta do something. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, of course. And I don't intend to squander that. Yeah, because he would have rewinded the watch, right? But then the watch didn't, wasn't, and then it died at 5. Because he always rewinds the watch every single day so it doesn't die. But because he dies, the watch dies too. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing what when you're beaten. He's so vile. He's so mean, you know? He's not even like, he's really mean. Like I'm like reading and it's like he's so mean. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I had guests waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
Wait, guys, I want to go to the bathroom. The fact that he hates us so much means he's hitting the right spot, right? Yeah, exactly. All good right now? Yeah, I'm good. Wait, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, like, real quick. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I keep making like static sounds. Is it the mic? Is it the... I don't know. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was the police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned and I immediately disembarked the ship, Hala. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there. Waving a gun at me, yeah. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Thank you for the super chat. Super chats will be read after this. Or depending on how long the stream goes. I didn't know the man's name. And there were no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the caveman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw, though. You couldn't wait to run away after that. Run away to heaven. Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha! My ippon seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Amachachi! But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Ah, yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick ippon seoi throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. Apa sih?
Hold it!
The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled over his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Hmm? The woodworm again? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? What's that mean? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Thank you for the super chat. You planning to play other Ace Attorney series? Yes, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it immediately. There's so many Ace Attorneys though. I don't know. I feel like I can play any of them, but since they like don't really yeah, but I don't know. I like the one with the mood thingy, the one with Athena, I think. Was that her name? Yeah. Edgeworth spin-off is also great. I love it. I've played it before though, so it's like, I mean, it's not like I remember everything completely. Mood Matrix, yeah, the Mood Matrix is so good. And also the one where there's like the funny little lady that that's in Maya's village, and where you can use the seance. Yeah, was that Spirit of Justice? Yeah, I don't really know, but there was like those two are my favorite mechanic: the seance and the Mood Matrix. Yeah. Rifa! Yeah. Yeah, I love... Funny is the way to describe her. Yeah, Seance was so cool. It's so cool. Moon Matrix and Seance was my favorite Ace Attorney mechanic. If we're gonna play, yeah, because there's so many Ace Attorney games. I feel like it's impossible to just like stream every single thing. So I hope it's okay if we ever play another Ace Attorney. It's gonna be like either of the two, or the Edgeworth. That wasn't Maya's village. Okay, but Maya was there too. I think. I don't remember. Was it like Maya in training or something? Like, I don't even know. I don't remember. Do you even have the tools to stream on the TV? No, Spirit of Justice has like a phone version. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, like, these games has a phone version. Like, cause I remember, like, I played them on iOS. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the only problem with doing SOJ is you lose out on some backstory. Yeah, but we can't play all of the games. I mean, we could, but also... Yeah. Elements of Justice. Ooh, I'm gonna take a note. Thank you so much for the super chat, Princess Twilight Sparkle. Yeah. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. That's the devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Maybe in a trunk? Like how you hid? Huh? Well, yes, that's true, but... all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Ooh, okay. And I would like to think the border police would carry the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not, Miss Sato. The appears that the first-class passengers are under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to... see? Jelas banget. Maybe this? Because, I mean, it has blood! Like, I mean, that's the only thing that has blood on it, you know? That's too small. God dang it! Gregson's small? Gregson's small. He can fit, I'm sure. Well, what? There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. But nggak tahu.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then the ribbons. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? It's in the bag! It's in the bag! It's in some trunk! IDC! Funny you should say that. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet. Yes, because there's nothing real. I mean, what else could it be? It's not too small. Gregson's small. If you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say, Miss Naruto must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact that if he really was killed in Judge Jingoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow. Ya iyalah, pakai trunk, tahu. Special circumstances not possible. Is it? They're like, he's always like, oh my gosh, they check the luggage, you know, and stuff like that. What is it? What is it? Oh, pictures of them. This thing, this little. Oh my god. No. Yikes. Yikes. He was in there. He was in there the whole time. That's so eerie.
Objection!
Yikes. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. But, you know, remember that means he was hiding in the same trunk that he used? The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is only something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he is exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, she was there all along. All those passport checks and luggage searches in the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that. Oh my gosh! That little detail. I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Eesh, are you suggesting? I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shigoku's trunk. That's so scary! That's so grim! Oh my gosh. That's creepy. That's like those true crime episodes you see on like Netflix or something. Seriously, the one that makes me unable to sleep at night. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit this apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotowa told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku? Oh, that's so... Oh, man, that's nasty. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Man. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundation for that already. Judge Shigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baron Van Zeeks, again shot the victim at point-blank range. tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time. The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room. Didn't we like establish in the very first trial? Then you know what? This big firecracker sounds kind of like a gunshot, right? And you know they put in the candle, but then like in this trial there's still like the gunshot, Fresno Street gunshot. Like, come on. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. Your brain died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Maybe if you paid attention! Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. Spicy. I think you've had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Kak, coba bikin translate. Intinya mereka ngebullshit semua lah pokoknya. Mereka semua nggak punya otak, cuma kita yang punya otak gitu aja intinya, udah bagus. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Apaan? Apa sih? Nggak tahu. I don't have brain anymore. Apa sih? I already forgot. Yeah, the TL is like everybody's BSing and no one has the brain except me. No one has the brain except me. Wait, what did he say? The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's a fairy tale. Because we have to prove that it's not shot on Fresno Street. I mean, we could use the autopsy report, like indeterminate. Measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Ooh. He's in a fetal position because he was in the trunk. Like there's like blood on here. Like what's the significance of this? I don't know. This is Clint. Has nothing to do with it. I kinda don't know. Blood is outside. Fresno Street. Wait, let me see. Let me see this photo. Did you examine the blood? Oh, maybe I can examine the blood and it will have something different comments. Hopefully it will have different comments. Look at this dark stain here. You think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Oh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. That's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. You didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Oh, okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this was in Fresno Street. The proof that he died on Fresno Street. Why would he be on a fetal position if he died instantly? If he died instantly, then he would have like be like, "Wah!" You know, instead of curled up. It's like, oh no, it hurts. You know. I'm just thinking. Oh, tummy ache. He died instantly from tummy ache. We can try. Okay, so this photograph and then the trunk. I don't think the trunk is... Where? I don't know. But the blood.
Take that!
A photograph of a victim in the very... Ooh, location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. OMG. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but he has constant tummy aches. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
But he died instantly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that it is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why tummy hurts. Although the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. Coldly, get it? From the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looked exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Yes. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Eesh. Disgusting. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood on your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. It wasn't a question. Exactly. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ow. Order in court? Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious! You did it?! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body. Oh, now he admits to bringing it, but not killing him. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense. Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said, see? I brought it in for the funsies! Surprise! Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. A souvenir from France? Yes. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. Where? I brought the body in just because I'm a quirky girl, lols. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? Gee, I don't know, maybe Kazuma? As you know, there was not one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Try to take the best of me. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, the prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? OMG. My goodness. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Brantam, brantam, brantam. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. Man, the witness stand will break at this point. So what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question the victim's assailant was in fact— No way! This isn't a dead end, it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. We're just like, so what about Van Zeke? So can we let the man go? You know? Like, this trial is not really about like who's guilty, it's about like whether Van Zeke is guilty, right? So can we just let the man go or something? And it's just, and I'm just a step away from proving who. Who is it? The foreign minister of the Empire of Japan or the son of the most notorious killer in London? We're gonna find out really soon. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jingoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by prosecutor Asogi is... technically possible. If there's a will, there's a way. But what is the answer I should give? You know? It's like when there's a will, there's a way, you know? But is he even a gun user? You know? Maybe he's like a hybrid. I don't know. Like, possible? The fact that it was not even about Van Zeeks for over an hour surpasses all tangents we had in free talk. You know? Oh, Gunblade. I'll say impossible. Wink. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you. like maybe possible, but you know, like when there's a will, there's a way. Judge Jingoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime because he doesn't have his blade anymore. I don't know. Because he's not a gun user. He doesn't have enough stats for that. His build is different. And his I don't know, man. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of perception? No, because the gun, the revolver is wait, huh? Wasn't there like, oh yeah, it has like numbers of like the judiciary so and so. Where did I see that? Salah, bukan guys. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Yeah, he needs to respec. Following departure of the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Or this. Oh, but anyway, this doesn't matter because Hazuma is not the member of the judiciary. I don't know what judiciary even means anymore. But then Kazuma left early, right? Kazuma left early, I think. Judiciary is everyone that practices the law.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS grounds, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Chioku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning thus, so far. The crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk, but Kazuma didn't go. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Yeah!
No, Absolutely not. I do not accept that at all. My goodness. What do you mean? I don't know either. The boy's just saying that to exonerate. What's that mean? Exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. But somewhere. But I no, like there was the inn. You can like ask. You can cross-check with the inn owner. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. He's on the registry. I signed my name in the accommodations register book. Yeah, that I remember. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Oh. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge of a government minister. This time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial. Drink up! Finally. He broke it again. Who was it that said, like, I wonder if he will break it again this time? It's over! My life is over. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. My God. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It's almost as mad as you were playing Cuphead. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements of a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. Van Zeke still? The mastermind of the entire operation. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterparts. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful! It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him till he lost consciousness. but there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. My god. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Wow. Man. Why did nobody say about, like, trauma on the neck? There has to be trauma on the neck. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Surely strangulation is already less elegant than ippon seoi throw. Exactly. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside your cabin, the SS Grouse. Which begs the question. Gregson's neck had plot armor, that's also why he woke up, exactly. I guess, you know, I guess if somebody gets choked by the judge, you know, like normally their windpipe would have already been like bleh. Of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room of Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. It's like, woo, hey! Yo! So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the course to the refrigeration room. Yikes. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. Oh goodness. I knew I needed to... That's so extreme. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Ooh, spicy. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Oh. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a Hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took his photograph with you at the hotel then. He's like, oh, I have something to do. Oh, well, I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Ah, Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned the simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? Red hair. The inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than that I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. I mean... ew. That's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Oh, since you're gonna die anyways, might as well tell us. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. What's the reason? Why? He's gonna die anyway. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. Find out yourself! What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. I mean, I don't know, like, who knows? Like, maybe if he says it's not just him, you know, like, maybe, like, they're gonna come after his family or something. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wow. Guy. Say Shirojigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Is that it? What about Van Zeeks? Hey! Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. Time to stage another fake execution. Let's go! In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Van Zee.
Objection!
The prosecution calls for an adjudication to be deterred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed! Nevertheless, Baron Van Zee has committed crimes for which he must be punished, which is what? Well, it would appear you have information on the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. To the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Oh, come on. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established by the Reaper himself. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock again of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zee very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances has now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated by Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitely the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised, but quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zee. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. We'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zee unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Well, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony again. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Oh, I thank you. My lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Huh? Pray turn a blind eye to this courtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago. Now drink up, yo, let's go! And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. Yeesh! So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Yeah, sure, whatever. Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. We submit the photo here. Or something, or whatever, I don't know. Clearly, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Gregson took a picture with together. Dr. Wilson was the one who, autopsy of his brother. I haven't even pressed anything and I already know. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. But let's press everything, just in case, because, we want more content out of this. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I don't know, because you died? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty, yes. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. I knew exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. But if you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years? How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now! And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? Cheers to my learned friend. I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Just when you found a secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. Yeah, that's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I come to discover the body.
Hold it!
Why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, and by turning it up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Hehehehe. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Sasuga, the son of the most notorious killer in London. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Wink wonk. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Of course. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Apa sih? Nggak jelas. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but... Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Yes, a convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems to be unassailable as far as I can see. My baby keycaps. Hello. Oh dear me. What a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Apa sih anjing? Nggak jelas. Tunggu. Assassin! Assassin the connection! Nggak tahu lah, apa sih? Nggak jelas. Nggak tahu, siapa ya? Tunggu. Siapa sih? Van Zeeks? Van Zeeks, Gregson? Wilson? Clint Van Zeeks! Clint Van Zeeks! Nggak jelas. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? Thank you for the super chat. Apa sih? Kenapa? Tuh. Present where? Menu. What's this testimony read again? Hold on. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. We have to connect Zeke's to Wilson. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. So, Van Zeeks came to Fresno Street because he wanted to investigate about Gregson. The other person should be Clint Van Zeeks, right? Oh shoot! Yeah! I think... No, because like Gregson was the one who pushed the autopsy. Like, yo, we don't usually do an autopsy on nobles, but we have to do it! Yeah! Here. Look at this. See? Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. By John H. Wilson. So that's Clint, Wilson, and Gregson. And Barak is the brother. Maybe present in here?
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? This is 10 years old. Sip! This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim. There's an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. Wasn't the deal 10 years ago, though? 10 years ago is a full gulp, and 10 years, something that has 10 years is like a sip. Like a little sip. That's why we suggested water for this game. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Someone's like, wait, water? Can't wait for the liver checkup. Oh dear! Oh no! Oh dear! Rip my dude! I can't drink on the job. I'm here for a good time and a long time. Exactly. Are you, I mean, unless you're Van Zeeks, then you can drink on the job. Acid incoming, I got coffee. Not with that attitude. Damn. We'll sure to remember you in 10 years. Oh, sheesh. Yeah. Take care, guys. The former member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. Van Zieks doesn't actually drink, he just throws it all over the floor. Yeah, breaks a bang! And then throws it to the back. Splash zone, watch out! Woo! But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. Signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asugi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Ooh. What? Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks there to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Oof. If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as the mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, man, fabricated evidence in my Ace Attorney. For some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, yes, we know, to be sentenced to death. But well, it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Which, whatever the cost. I was like, do I care? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However... yeah, he never actually drinks it. He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. Yeah! As it happens, I have evidence. What? Exactly what? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced, that the evidence was fake. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Ah! A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. The variant quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? Oof! Yeah, I will. That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. Oh, I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admitted then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Well, too bad. He could have just lied about it. Like, yeah, I talked with Gregson. Like, what's the proof? Like, Gregson died. We can't make him testify. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Seance Gregson. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution. As expected from the son of the most notorious killer in London. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be...
Objection!
Ooh. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Yeah, where's the evidence? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? But he seems like legit concerned. I heard it with my own ears. Trust me, bro. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? No, it's not Lord Van Zeeks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. The Reaper was Clint Van Zeeks. I don't know, bro. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. Who? No, for real, who? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Oh, maybe it's a name that hasn't come up yet. It's Susato. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
It's It's really palpable now. That overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this gargantuan foe. But I can't back away now. There's no time. Wait, what? 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 I was just gathering my thoughts. I'm ready to... Huh? Oh. Okay. Counsel for the defense, reveal your belief about the identity of the Reaper. Okay. Oof. Okay, fine. Oh, man! I thought... Dude, I don't know! The sus people is him? No, not him. Him? He wields absolute... Or her.
Take that!
Only Princeton who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results. It was you! It's the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago... Yeah, like, who else? Like, they always are like, oof, like, you know, sorry, I can't do it, I can't say, I can't... The defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. It was Iris! She was murdering from the womb! I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. You forgot about my earlier guess? Well, Lord Van Zeeks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now... I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense! OMG! It doesn't warrant a response. Yeah, now you're responding the same way as this Jigoku, huh? A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeke's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Well, where's Gregson then? Dead. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Seances? Am I Ace Attorney? More likely than you think. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Hey! Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma has more or less waited his whole life for his moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeke's autopsy. There is someone! No, there has to be. I don't know, man. Mikoto ba? Gak tau deng, sotoy. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who do you know, Ske? Who? Tell me. Kazuma. Ay, ay, ay. Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! What are we doing? I'm not doing this for you. Just so you know, FYI, it is not for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... what? It's you. I don't know, man. Susato.
Take that!
What? I want to know why! And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryunosuke. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. Given the contemptible allegations you're making, counsel, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. There was somebody else present at the autopsy, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, surely you haven't forgotten? No, I know. I'll get it right this time. Bentar mo ke WC. Be right back. Yay!
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yuji Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asugi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Oh, Masashi! Ga! Chiyus! Katanya. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. OMG. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago? It's something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asugi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the reaper of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirits of your late homicidal father. Wow, that's low. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Yeah! Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi. Oh no. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it! Who is it? Who is it? Woo! Sholmes is here! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. This music!
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayo Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Whoa! Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say what? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Oh. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself on this outlandish what? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial, on with the trial. Testify! 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 Well, my lord? You hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Oh, you brought him? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. Oh, wow. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? 4D chess! Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. He's like, okay. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Oh, yeah! Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at the dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Just one tug. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Dang. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh. To be continued! Oh, who could have possibly guessed the most suspicious guy ever was the true final boss? Oh. Oh, oh. Trial Part 3. Man, Van Ziek's like, I'm just here. Is it over? You know? Alright guys, let's go. Salah maksudnya udah. Whoa, my god! Maria Gori. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Oh, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just... appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Your mama's, That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes. She's just looking! It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Ziek. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yeah. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Ziek's autopsy would never have happened. But She was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Huh? Huh? Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Huh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. Oh, he has something on his sleeve. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my court. Remember that? Gory's just like... Dang! From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Western-style sword? There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What is the evidence, actually? Assumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing? To suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No! He freely acknowledged it, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. Ow. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous piece was set upon them that ripped out their throats. But this one... Oh, such horrifying crimes! The hounds? But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Huh. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Huh? Apa? Yes, my lord. Sarahaloda.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikoto, but think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a western-style sword transfixing the heart that I found a little strange. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say? You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ah! Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you were actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh! She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What is it? What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. Donuts! Oh. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. That's so dumb! Like, Genshin's like, I'm gonna feed you my ring, so... My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. What? I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Okay. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Oh! For real? Here it is, a bit dusty from the years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Huh? And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Gee, I don't know. However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Oh. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Why is the ring not... What about the stomach acid? These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. Though my finger's bleeding? Then his organs should have been like all... plump sort ahead. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't fall away without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone has as clumsy as me will probably manage to choke on it somehow. Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's so weird because this is so sharp. What? Okay. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully. Very carefully? But there's nothing. Maybe she's just saying like so we don't get scratched. Nah, there's nothing. Like, maybe it's just like to let them know that, oh yeah, by the way, it's like... Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Wait, let me check Clint's autopsy report. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand. Ink stains? See? No internal trauma! See? No internal trauma and noted anywhere! So he can't possibly have swallowed it! Cause swallowing a ring like that would cause internal trauma like literally everywhere.
Hold it!
And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest. Correct! After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. It would cause internal damage, however it would not if he swallows it with something slippery like dough substance. Honey glazed donuts. That's a lie, my father was no killer. Barak Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. What? Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago, by the way, Lamau. Anyways, I'm out of drinks. Can we, have a little break to get drinks? I'll be right back. MC is here. Don't turn off my computer. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry if she turns off my computer. No, 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 don't go to the back. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. Oh. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything? Is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Hey, just get on the bed. Don't you want to get on the bed? He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, drink up guys. Yo, let's go. Hi. Oh. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Standing on your two legs. So cute. Okay. Hello. Remove any traces of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, you can't shy away from this now. Oh, okay, yeah, do your thing. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. She's just sitting next to me. Hi. From my own observations. Okay. What? I think she might want to like climb to the desk, but my desk is really full right now. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. And then we present this. Asogi ring.
Objection!
Oh, you wanna get up? You wanna jump? Where? From where can you jump? The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. Oh, MC really likes to sit on my keyboard though. Can you just like sleep on the bed or something? But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you? Professor Mikoto. That's right, as I said in my testimony before. Do you wanna say something? The chat. Here. Oh my gosh. Her butt pressed the keyboard. Hey. Okay, now it's time for you to go here. Just sleep here, please. Yeah, just like sleep here. On the bed. Okay. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested. Sit down. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson... But Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? There's evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Whoa, what are you doing? Hold on. Maybe they're determined enough to swallow a ring. Hey! What? What? I don't know what she's trying to do. Ow! Then why didn't you say something at the time? Gee, I don't know, because I can't. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that, Naomi Kotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. It's a conspiracy. Dr. Wilson deliberately, jangan naik-naik, fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. Ya, gitu. Ya, aduh, pantatnya kemana-mana. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Expert? Pardon the interruption, my lord, but... jangan, gak boleh. Damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope is recently demonstrated in practical use in France. Wait, I'm gonna move MC outside. She's muting things. No, she's playing with the volume sliders. Be right back. Okay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! He was wearing that outfit in jail, yeah! Ooh, young master! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Wow. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Oof. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Hard roast. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my... That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Oh. Oh, it's okay, we got this. It's okay, Ryunosuke, we got this. Capek. But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
I wonder how much concussions they get. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma. What's this latest absurdity, Council? ASMR. Comforting sounds of unicorn gavel. Bonks you to sleep eternally. My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. This reminds me of Elden Ring messages. And with his pose like that. I beg your pardon? Kazuma being like, try finger. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, there's a lot.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh yeah, if we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? That's what I was thinking. What about the papers? What does it have? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that poop? This is the reason. He wants to die, so his material possessions will be delivered to his son. Yes. Could it be this one? Is it time? Maybe Kazuma owns it now.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Oh no, it's not. So not the time yet. So what was the question? Oh, why is he silenced? If Kazuma-san's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if you're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence, which is, perhaps, he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. What's clemency mean? We'll let him escape or something. The deal was he silenced because they will. This is what I could think of.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asugi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working at the prison at that time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange of his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Kaden? And the poor chief warder of the prison! I I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. They're all here? What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Wow. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Oh, wow. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Wow. Now that he has Bikotoba, they're working with full power. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? He just wants to get this over with. I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Salah. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We've already been through all of this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was nay anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan for that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Huh? Ah, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. Significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Oh my god. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. You're the one who keeps threatening the witnesses! My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you are both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Bonk. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Let's go! Duo testimony! It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Hey, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I deny that. Just saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about that professor case that wasn't usual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell ya. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to Yeah, obviously! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Hey, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Oh. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who is behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just got the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I haven't known the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were more other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Oh, Dr. Courtney Stevens! Yeah. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh Visual. I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. His life is ruined, basically. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I didn't know if there was some negotiations.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. Hey, well, be that as it may, I deny you can nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So, you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may be very well found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty, Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Salah pencet, ya ampun. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging.
Hold it!
For the Majesty of British Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Hey, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. His death was the last part of the plan?
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, that the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Oh. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Oh wow. Gad say, go on then. He doesn't look pleased.
Hold it!
Salah pencet! I want to present the papers! Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Kali, eh? This, you mean, is covered during the final victim's autopsy. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's like dialogue. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well. Nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Hey, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Oh my gosh, do I have to drink? I'm not even like paying attention anymore. I need to put feet lotion. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out to prison. Is this it?
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens, that fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You You squealed, did ya? You wee rat! Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! Gah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and a testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. James, what the place are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fellow cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-welly galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you, for did I know young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years was a fake? It's actually... Oh, ha! A fake? Yes. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Isn't it obvious? This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! I thought they were gonna say what happens in Barclay Prison stays at Barclay Prison. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. Yup. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Up your butt! Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Oh gosh, is it time to drink? It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. Wow! What did you say? Testify! 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 It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. I want to go to the bathroom. Maybe after the witness testimony. The Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Kimono? In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, yo wee rat finger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Little and large, what a double act. He complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Hey, and you cannot deny that the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. What if it has like puns? What if it has like puns, like a secret way to read the letter, or like something, I don't know. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please. It's bathroom time. Let's go. Yes, my lord. As the warder responsible, blah blah blah.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Wow. Another human's life. Probably him, Vigil. He's talking about Vigil. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? Yo, thank you for the super chat. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bampa jar, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict has been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Exactly why? Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Whoa. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Oh, well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Ah. A prison governor can be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Whoa. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Sussy. Well, the thing is about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. Hey, well, it's doing to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... the article based on Mr. Draper's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
What a conspiracy. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Hey, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Hey, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Hold it!
And Mr. Asogi's kimono? No documents? Hey, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword?! Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Sword. It's weapon. Maybe something is in this. So is something around the sword? No, maybe no. Maybe it's just me. Doesn't seem like it. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? That's so odd, right? Hey! He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikoto was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Susuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hashirai's paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters
Right?
look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Earthworms. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? What did he say? My Sir, it was Scarlet. Scarlet ink. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. This possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Visual. Yes, it was Scarlet.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. Wow, he apologized. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, Danae Hava. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl O'Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Visual, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Visual really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead. Which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oopsie. There's nothing in the sword. There's nothing in the sword. Yeah, so I don't think it's time yet, even if there's like something in the sword. Like, maybe it's that letter, but is that the correct way to... Man, I don't think this logic works. Like, you know, hey, like, by the way, how to doubt that it's written in scarlet ink? There's gotta be, like... I'll try to press again.
Hold it!
I know it's the autopsy of Clint, because, like, you know, he has scarlet stuff. But I'm just really, because it's such an odd way to present evidence. Because an evidence like objection, this doesn't line up, you know. So I want to do it. Because sometimes if you do this, some stuff unlocks. And if really there's no hint, if there's no further new stuff, then maybe I'll try to do that because that's the only hint.
Hold it!
Man, I wonder how many hours is left.
Hold it!
I usually sleep really early these days. I guess so. Or at least like I go to bed. Like I go in the bed. I guess it's just like different, you know?
Hold
It's
it!
different when you even if you stay awake in bed, it's different than when you're like still doing activities. So yeah, I wonder like how many hours is left in this case. Maybe I can. Okay. My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. Anyhow, that's the document that was found in the fellow's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Oh no, 2-3 hours? Oh. Yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. Maybe we should stop soon. Right, he was really perhaps I'm mistaken. That's Clint's autopsy report. Recent. Yeah, but no document was found.
Objection!
Okay, oh yeah, okay, it's correct. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. It's really not much longer. People are saying 2-3 hours though. People always underestimate Ace Attorney length. And then they're like, oops, yeah, I forgot it was this long. I mean, I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again? You had no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. Yeah, string also extends how long it takes because of, you know, rereading things, explaining things, and chatting and drinking. Yes. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yeah, I trust fine. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. A resident timestamper. It says that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Depends on how fast you can read. Oh, I can read really fast. I can read really fast, but then I wouldn't be streaming. If I read really fast, you guys won't be able to read anything. That's the thing. So I'm not gonna read really fast. So it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. You know, Chet likes a challenge. Nah, no, you don't like it. You won't like it. That's alright. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains in their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Well bred. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. So funny. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess so. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Oh. Chat wasn't there to ask if he washed his hands. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was... Oh my god. Spicy. The same document that Lord Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then, it was... a dying message, is it? I don't know. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament of Clint Van Zeeks! This will is the only weapon I have left now. It's... Clint Van Zeeks! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Visual says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No! What?
Objection!
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question! Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion, never. What if he's like, you know, he has split personality and he's actually the professor and it's like, I am the professor, kill me now. It wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene!
Objection!
And yet we can't be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. You read too much fanfiction. Hey, don't blame the creative mind! Don't shame it! And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. What is it, I wonder? OMG. Information of the utmost secrecy? Oh my god. It couldn't be! It couldn't be what? God, I don't want to sleep, but I know, like... I've heard more than enough. Government secrets? Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest. Or like everybody's actually involved in this like weird stuff. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Will you be able to sleep without knowing the truth? No, I will regret it if I don't sleep. Because yeah. What did you say, Council? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Do you know what happens when dog gets excited? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, police and the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous, Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Sasato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Pea shooter. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is a mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession. I think. You can do this, Mr. Oh shit! I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Are you for real? Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. Oh gosh. No. You can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! Oh. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. My mind! See, don't shame the creative mind! There's a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer? Perpetrator of atrocities? But I feel like there has to be something else, you know? Like, that's not the only truth. Like, there has to be something going on like, behind the scenes that is just, like, so messed up. Yeah, but I can't tell you're right. That would be spoiling. Yes! That is the right attitude. If I say something like, don't be like, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's just like spoiling. No, don't do that. More than that, bigger than that, definitely. Yeah, like, it's impossible that it ends here because what's in the confession, you know? There has to be something real big going on. I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Berg Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Order in court, Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, does your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung is a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. B! B! Didn't the color of the dog had something? Oh, I commented on it. Right? The dog had something on it, the dog collar, and I commented on it. I was like, Baskerville? But it was Balmung. Yo, my brain. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Yup! Sounds familiar indeed! A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Well, we have a surprise for you! A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Initial B. Oh my! You know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. The Baskerville? Oh, I mean, so it was Baskerville, I guess? Is it not Balmung? What? Baskerville is the family name of... So I was correct? Past me was correct? Could be both, I guess. So it's like the Hound of the Baskerville. It's the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family of insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. So, but it could equally have been from human prey. Whoa. Impossible, these Japanese are making it all up. So in fact, The person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. That's why the script was never published, because it contains all these messed up secrets. Reine, will you become the writer? Yeah, they should hire me. They should like train me and then like hire me. If they ever like open like, you know, like a little camp for like little writers. And that the threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Ten years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well. Here we have the truth. Are the victims like... Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Wow. This is not ending, right? The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. Once again, by a Japanese. What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Oh, wow. Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Oh no. So large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. No, man. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. He had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Ooh. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. インドネシアって今何時なのかな？もうすぐ1時になります。So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. Haha, get it? Oh my gosh. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop soon because remember we have to read. I was gonna say we have to read evidence, but super chats. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? It was Gregson and some hired help. The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. I'm just looking for like a good place to stop because these people are not they don't stop talking. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. See? I told that, you know, like he's gonna come after his family if like... And perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. See, I told you, check the archives, and it will be there. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention? and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. What? So he didn't like really threaten him? Oh no, he just like lied. So whatever rash claims you might make it in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect the country's law and order, understand? It's strong heart talking, so it's probably already implied, huh? Yeah? What's it to be, Asogi? Ha! Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain for the damage of the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order at any cost. Okay.
Objection!
Shh. Okay, good time to save, I think. A revelation. So it's not really a cliffhanger. There's more, but you guys don't know what it is. Yes, good time to save. Like, it's a new revelation, and then you guys saw what it is, and then you know there's still more, but yeah, but you don't know. What if I do know? That I don't know. It's not my problem. I don't care. There's still more. One more week. Okay then, guys. I guess we have streamed for 5 hours. It's as you can see the timestamp here. What time is it? Where I am? Yep. We're gonna continue next week. The stream's gonna be called Super Final. Next stream will be pretty short. I know the main game portion will be short, but we have after talk and we have a lot of super chats to read because we have aside from the one from that episode, this episode, and actually some of the resolve super chats we haven't read. So I still do believe that we will probably have considerable content for like the next week. We can talk about it. Yeah. Right now I'm not stepping out of the hospital. Get well soon. That's alright. Not safety. Health first. Yeah. Next week on the finale. Final. Please. Surely final. Alright guys, that is it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the case. For real though, like honestly, if it wasn't like so late in the night, if this was still like, if this is like, I don't know, like 5 p.m. or something, I would continue. But I think for the ending though, it would be nice if we all are, you know, very, very refreshed, I guess. It's for the ending. Because, you know, I'm getting a little bit like sleepy-ish. To, you know, sleepy and then voice maybe a little bit hoarse for reading for like 5 hours. But we will be back with fresh mind and fresh brain. But I was so I don't know, mixed feelings about like accidentally predicting stuff that are not dialogue. But I'm excited for what's next. All right. Anyways, that is it for tonight. Thank you so much, everybody. Tomorrow is what? What is happening tomorrow? Tomorrow we will be playing retro games with Sana. I haven't played any retro games on the Switch before. We're gonna be playing Super Famicom games. We did some test play last time, and sure, we're fine. We're probably gonna be playing like a few different games. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm super excited for it. Yeah, we found some like silly games we can play together. Was it called Famicom Indonesia? I have no idea. I have no idea. But okay, guys. See ya. See ya. Bye bye. Ya ampun. Salam rakyat.